Well, good morning, 16th of July. Welcome to my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that I capture everything I'm watching on my video, and my voiceover gives indication as to what I was thinking, insight into what I was thinking. I stream this to YouTube for both transparency and full accountability, and also I'm able to review the streams on any device, which is pretty handy. The stream is long, obviously, because I start every day now at I start every day now at 8 o'clock with the pre-market, and then go through the entire day because my commitment is to not take any trades off stream. Any times that I refer to or that are visible on my charts here are daylight saving, Central Standard Time. Jeez, I'm tired. Central Standard Time, and nothing here is for financial or trade advice. Obviously, it's my journal, and there is a disclaimer in the description of the stream here. All right, so numbers wise, we had the PPI out this morning. You can see what that big bump was at 7:30 here on Bookmap. And in the over on the actual numbers worlds, there was our core PPI out, and we've got the crude inventories at 9:30 like usual. Those have been market movers, obviously, for crude oil, and something to definitely monitor. We've got some talking Feds and the beige book out at 1 o'clock. This, of course, is, let's just see what we have here. Yeah, here are the Trump things. Of course, none of this stuff was on here last night. They kind of come in the morning. We're going to be busy from about 10 o'clock on with a heightened Trump dump risk, I guess you could call it. One thing else to be really aware of is we're in earnings seasons now. And so far we're getting the banks. So we've got pretty much everybody's already reported this morning. We've only got a couple in the afternoon, just 2 left. So that's pretty well over with. And tomorrow's going to be the same. Pepsi, and I thought Coke was coming out. I guess not. All right, so that's where we are with the numbers. Let's look at the pre-market now. Again, here was our overnight. Let's get back here where I can see it. There we go. There's the open. Continue to sell down to these pretty substantial lows, and then we spiked right at the London Open, typical, and up we go. Nothing out of the ordinary there, particularly. This is these are the mini ES, NQ, and the mini micro composite chart, and the mini ES, I'm sorry, the ES mini market profile. So here was our, we continued our sell-off into the evening, a little bit further, pulled back slightly, and then off we went until the London Open and straight up again. So what have they done essentially? Well, we're pretty much just poked our nose back into value from yesterday. We have basically a double distribution here. I would be looking for responsive selling this morning to take some of this profit off of London because the inventory here is, but the inventory is pretty well balanced, right? It's about 50-50 if you look at it. So we may just have an open auction. We don't have any really huge reports coming up or anything like that I'm aware of here. So perhaps we're going to just have more of a muted open and an open auction. I'll be definitely standing by or watching. The micro composite chart, here you can see the big sell-off yesterday. What this chart is a RTH session only, daily bars. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around it. And by so doing, then it generates a micro composite VPOC, volume point of control, and the high and low volume nodes here, which are these red and green lines. They just mark the highs and lows of this volume profile, this current one. And then those push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices. So over here we have the micro composite column where I manually enter these various levels and POCs, gap high, gap low, that kind of thing. These are the volume nodes, high and low volume, which push directly from IRT. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is the RTH volume profile, which will reset, or if it doesn't automatically, which it's been giving me trouble, I will do this morning at 0830. This column here is pretty important to me. This is my notes column, and the first thing I do is change the title of that column to the open type for the day. So we're going to be higher in range today. There's only 4 open types, and I'll go through that in a second. And then, so you determine the open type by only 2 criteria. If we opened right here, right now, this would be our opening price for the RTH session. Where does that relate to the previous RTH close, which is down here, and the previous RTH range? Here's the low and the high is up above us. So it would be higher than the close and within range. Higher in range. That's the open type I expect today. Now, what's that mean? Well, there will be associated, that will dictate the associated statistics which are applicable to these price levels. And they're not targets or anything, they are statistics, right? But they are can be pretty insightful. These are the price levels from IRT. This is by definition, this flag I put in here last night, somewhere between 16 and 1700. This is the location of the POC at close of the RTH session yesterday. So by definition, it is the naked volume point of control from the most recent auction of the RTH auction. And there's the mark from the IRT. None of these levels are mysterious or magical. The POC simply marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. There's a POC for RTH. There's a POC for full session. There's a Globex a VWAP for Globex and a VWAP for the RTH session. And there is a mid for the RTH session. the rest of the lines and the rest of the prices are straightforward and completely, I mean, they are what their names are, right? There's only one, the value area low or high and the developing value area low and high differentiate in that just with the D, developing means the current auction, and the value area high or low is the previous auction. Another one that can be confusing to some is the IB's high and low. It's old acronym from market profile for initial balance. It means nothing more than this marks the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all. All right, so let's mosey on from there. Here, I got that. Yeah, okay. I'm a little bit under the weather here this morning. I'm kind of behind the curve or whatever, however you want to say it. So the statistics then come from this study. Remember that I have calculated and determined that we will most likely open higher in range. So there's only 4, as I said: higher out of range, higher in range, or lower out of range, and the 2 higher in range or lower in range. So this is gap up, this is gap down, and these 2 are in range, right? I estimate, we just determined it'll be higher in range, open. What does that mean? Well, the study looks back at 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 days, we opened higher in range 600 of them. I'm rounding up or down here, right, by a day or 2. Of these 603 days where we opened higher in range, excuse me, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 83.7 times or 595 days. 83.7, right? So we jump back here, and here is the overnight volume point of control. 83.7. Boop. And that's all there is to it. Now, it's really important to remember that these are just statistics for the number of times this price level was revisited in the upcoming RTH session. It's not, out in a 2,000-day data set. That's important. And that these are not hard and fast lines in the sand, because probably one of the most meaningful and important things you ever hear in your life as a trader, but you just blow off, or I think everybody just blows it off, past performance is not indicative of future results. That statement is the ultimate truth of statistics. And this is a business of statistics. The market is random. The outcome of the next trade is statistically proven to be 50-50 because it's a binary market, right? It can only go up or down. There's no horizontal movement. We put time on it. The market does not do that. That's why market profile is interesting. And there's no time, right? So it's important to remember that these are just areas that have been revisited, but you'll be amazed after you watch this and do this long enough, you'll be amazed at the number of times that they can certainly be suggested targets for your current day's trade. All right, let's move on to the next one here. Now what I'm going to do is just go down the list. Higher in range, there's overnight volume point of control. The next suspect is 77.3, and that's the overnight mid. And that is right there. Right, and next we have the overnight high, which is 75.1. And there we have the overnight high. And so on and so on. And down the list I go. Previous value area high, 72.1. Now, there's the value area low. So what does that mean? Well, I would suspect then that the value area high is living up here someplace, eh? Uh, 72.1. Now, these, after you've done this a while, these numbers become, these relative, the percentages for these levels become kind of, you sort of become familiar with them. You know, the overnight POC is pretty much, is always the highest percentage. Previous close is 71.1. That's typically followed by the previous close is living right back there. The overnight volume point of control, and then typically, usually when it's one of these inside, you know, when it's an in-range day, where did the previous close go? 71.1. When it's an in-range day, it's usually the overnight volume point of control, and then the overnight mid, and then the overnight high and low. That's kind of how, or overnight high or low, depending on which we are. The mid, the IB high is 68.2. So let's wander up here. There's a reason I'm looking for this. There's the IB low. Okay, that's going to be kind of atypical here because that's 61.9. I'll tell you why. It's we had a big sell-off last night, right into the close and continuing. Is that right? 61.1. Gee whiz. Come on, Bill. And I also, now here's something you got to do. You have to put the initials by this level. And why do you need to do that? Well, maybe you don't, but I do. And the reason I have to do that is the minute we open, what is the IB high and low? They mark the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. So the second we open here, these levels are going to disappear. And then I'm going to be wondering what the hell 61.1% was. And that's how I know. Okay. I'm going to say that that's going to be good for now. Previous high is 55.0. I think I saw the previous high go floating by up here. Yep. Oop. And that's all there is to the statistics story. Now, fortunately, we're substantially in range, and our location is pretty well set, so I'm not too worried about it. Yesterday, we were flipping and flopping back and forth over the top, or the other day before, I don't remember which. Yesterday, we opened gap up, and I'll talk about that in a little bit later, and how the gap rules worked exactly as they are understood. And it's amazing how often that happens. Previous low is 35.3. I'm still ticking along here. I was looking for the overnight low. Mm-hmm. There we go, 49.9. I wanted to have this for a reason. Okay, I hopefully something jumped out at you right away here. And that is the fact, and this reaffirms the fact that these are simply probabilities based on a look back of 2,000 days. Quite obviously, if price is going to get to 49.9% probability, it's going to have to get through 35.3 first, right? So you could then make the reference that in a typical day where we opened higher in range, usually the previous low from the RTH low is below the overnight low, right? Because out of 2,000 days, the probability of revisiting this was only 35%. The probability of visiting the overnight low is 49.9%. So there you go. These are statistics, and don't get caught with your pants down. And why? There we go. Now notice that the overnight volume point of control, this is an active market, right? Shifted from here up here. I have to keep an eye on the mid, and that's where that is. Okay. The next order of business that I do every day is the TLab snap. And that is what I'm going to do right now. And what you say is the TLab snap. Well, the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a fella named Tom B. And I've been a participant there for quite some time. And every day I make two posts in there. Typically, today I didn't do, usually I do the numbers around 6 o'clock that are upcoming, and I didn't make that one today. And then at about 8:20 every day, I post this snap, which shows, recent RTH and ETH sessions and their relative numbers, naked volume points of control, pretty much every number you ever wanted to care about up here in my active quote page. And I started doing this a long time ago, the thinking being that there was a lot of people, it seemed that a lot of people didn't have the charting which would give them the numbers they needed. And there would be a lot of questions for, what was the POC, what's the POC, stuff like that in the Traders Lab chat. So I cooked up this post, and I do that every day. Now, the Traders Lab is a bookmap Discord chat room, and a couple of things that are really important about it. First of all, Tom is, I believe, a professional trader, has been at it for about 46 years. He said he got started back in the 80s. He doesn't trade live typically. I've never seen him trade live. Maybe he does, but I've never seen that. Let's say that differently. And he doesn't call trades. Now, yesterday's he did post a screen snap from Bookmap, which marks very clearly your entries and trade, break-even line and trades and orders and stops and all that stuff. And he did post that with an order that he had, or a trade that he had made, which is the first time I've ever seen him do that, but it's great. And so I guess the point of this is I've never seen any kind of proof other than yesterday that he actually trades, but I certainly believe that he does. Let's put it that way. And you're never going to see, a picture of a wrapped Ferrari or something, but I also believe he's successful. So there you have that. And one of the things that is real important, or was to me when I first went there, was that absolutely nothing is for sale, and you're never solicited for anything in the Traders Lab. And it's the only bookmap Discord chat room or whatever that I recommend, because I have certainly not been to them all. I've only visited 2 others, actually, and they were more typical, where the guy was trying to sell something, a mentorship or this indicator on my website or whatever else. And that's absolutely fine. And that's the business of the presenter and the business of Bookmap. If they want to do that, that's great. but it doesn't interest me. So therefore, I don't, actively endorse that, but I definitely do the Traders Lab. There's also a good crew of people in there. Ned and Rod and Lefty and Tonio and Skeleton and Didn't Matter and Garrett and a bunch of guys, or a bunch of people. And they approach trading similarly to the way I do, in that it is a statistical business and not a video game or gambling. And it's pretty adult, it's not like a romper room kind of a thing, environment. So for those reasons, I recommend the Traders Lab. And now it would be probably pretty important to be able to trade, right? In order to do that with Bookmap, you have to click this trade control panel right here, and then select the way you're going to interact with the Bookmap application and trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place that's available to trade with your mouse that's active is right here in the live data column. If you choose DOM, it's the DOM columns. If you choose both, guess what? Both columns. I have, and you can also set up your keyboard, the hotkey, which a lot of people do, and I did for years. The only thing you need to remember there is that, and it works in all three instances of the trade control panel selection, any of these three selections. But you have to have the computer focus must be on the Bookmap application for the hotkeys to work, which is, that's a function of Windows and computers. That's got nothing to do with Bookmap. The next thing that I need to do is then I use multi-brackets. And in this case, it's a risk-neutral two-lot package. And that means that it has to be in an even number for the risk-neutral idea to work. 2 contracts. The stop for both is at one level. And in my case, I've chosen 12 ticks, which is 3 points. ES. The first risk-neutral target is for a positive number of ticks, equal to the stop loss, and for half of the package. So it's 12 ticks, 1 contract. And then there's a runner. And in this case, I've selected 48 ticks. How do you choose the stops? Completely up to you from your back testing and your homework, which you do away from the live trading market, evenings or mornings or whatever that is. You can use ATR, harmonic rotations, chicken bones, voodoo, whatever it is you come up with, how you optimize your trade setup and your risk tolerance and risk parameters. In the case of a 4-lot, it would look like that. 4 contracts, in this case 12 ticks, half the package, 2 lots, 12, then 2 runners. That's how I do this. The thing for me that is important here is that the minute you achieve this first risk-neutral scale, you've paid for the trade. So the worst possibility or outcome that you can have is a scratch. And therefore, I find that real comforting. I also want to do this right here. And this is copies these trades to 4 other accounts. Now, okay, keeping the workflow here. The last thing I do after I've selected my risk neutral package is confirm that that's the right package I selected over here by the contract size. And then I click this button again and it stays green. Padlocks unlocked means the trade control panel is hot. But I get the real estate back on my screen. And we're going to open here in half a minute. So I'm going to stop talking. And I have been able to discover, thanks to Didn't Matter in the Traders Lab, that you can track your numbers, your P&L and things in ticks rather than dollars. I don't believe you should trade your P&L. So I used to keep this hidden. But now that was shown how to do it in ticks, I have this available, and we have just opened, and we have not reset. So frustrating. So frustrating. Now, that was me double-clicking. It's supposed to be automatic. I'll show you that in a minute. And the first thing I start doing now is flagging the migrating volume points of control. And I will do this throughout the day. Why do I do that when the yellow brick road prints all day, you ask? Because it'll pretty soon scroll off the screen. And I choose to have all the data that I find important to trade here on the hard right edge. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So there you are. Now, something else I've started doing lately. Here you can see the RTH Open. I throw a line on here just as a visual reference for myself. That's where we just opened. And I try to keep the entire session visible on my chart side here at Bookmap. It is always visible over here, right? In IRT, in several sessions. Now, one of the things I need to do now that we've opened is change these from full session to RTH session or day session only. So now you see the difference. This is yesterday's RTH session, and here we have just now opened. It's not a gap up because we are higher than the close and in range to reconfirm that. And I'll tell you why I'm doing this in a second, and you hear how broken I speak now when I'm trying to do stuff. This is exactly why This is exactly why why that thing keeps disappearing, but it's irritating. That I do the stream and my journal in the way that I do here because I can't multitask with the damn. I don't know whether it's because I'm older than dirt or whatever, but I don't really. And I don't want to. If I'm trying, I believe journaling is important. So, if I'm trying to do screen snaps and talk and type and do all that kind of thing at the same time, I'm not focusing on trading, which is the point, right? All right. So we have these now set and saved for the day session only. I think I saved that, didn't I? By the way, this is the micros for the same exact setup as Oh, stop that. This is the micros, exactly the same as minis, which are here. Okay. The reason that I changed them to the day session only is based on their effect of the value area and the developing value area levels, which I talked about earlier. And what it is this: the value area high and low reflect the previous RTH, the previous auction. I'm sorry. So if up until we opened this RTH session, value area high and low did accurately reflect yesterday's RTH session, but the minute today's RTH session opened, this was suddenly reflecting the overnight, which is not correct. So that's why I changed it from full session to day session only. Now it's correct. This is yesterday's RTH value area high and low, wherever that went. And developing is the current auction. So there you have that. Now here I'm going to do the clear resets again because it's caught up with itself. The way you're supposed to do this and the way it has worked forever is right here. Schedule resets at time 8:30 Central Standard Time as per the clock on my computer. But for some reason, this last update, or something's wrong, it doesn't get its act together properly. It's real frustrating. And that's important in that it not only reflects the market, the volume profile here and the relative volumes. That's what drives the VPOC and the mid and those things. From Bookmap. Now, these prices from IRT have nothing to do with Bookmap, and so they are accurate, right? And now you see that the EVPOC right at the last minute there, just before we open, jumped from here up to here. So the EVPOC, which we've already revisited, this 83.7% actually belongs right up there. I can't get it to move, so, there you are. Now, morning, Antonio. Bon dia to the main. I think I'm up to speed here. I don't know. Oh, on the wrong freaking window. Sorry. Yeah, so it was quite a night, huh? Quite a session yesterday. Quite a session yesterday. And boy, if you were a clever boy and just shorted the open, pretty happy camper down here, huh? 63.41 to 62.73. 70 handles. Wow. Pretty snazzy. I got the IB continuation, which worked out well. And then I'm pretty proud of myself. And then this happened. But I'm still, perfectly happy about that. I mean, fine with the outcome, and it achieved both targets. But AGA morning. Yeah, I'm kind of off to a slow start here this morning. I could lie and make something up, but basically what happened, I got busy working on some stuff with IRT and whatever here, and the next thing I knew, I had drunk a bottle of wine, and it was almost 1 o'clock in the morning, so I'm feeling pretty much like hammered crap here this morning. As much as I hate to be honest, it's probably the way to go, I think. Yeah, what I was, one of the things that I wanted to point out this morning early on before I forget it, I always mention gap rules, and I did yesterday, and we had a very definite gap open. The gap rules say, and if this is repetitive, you can be sure and forgive me, but if we close the gap relatively early in the session, and if we are accepted within previous range, there's a very high probability, previous value area, there's a very high probability in the 90s that we will trade across that value area from the previous day from the high, in the case of a gap up from the high to the low. Well, look what we did. Exactly. Right here. We came down with the IB, and we didn't really get accepted right away until we had the IB continuation trade. Not only did we trade across value, we traded way past it for whatever, why the big sell-off, and then continuing down. We continued all the way down to here, right? So there was a little bump yesterday evening, and then down we went. I think that it's because the euphoria of the day before, the evening before, when that joker from NVIDIA said, I'm pretty sure we're going to get the export license, and, all hell broke loose, and up they went. you know, probably somebody thought, well, we don't really have the export license, so maybe that wasn't a good idea. Or, I don't know, whatever the reason. The point of this story is that the gap rules is pretty surprising. If you just kind of keep that in the back of your mind, and every time you notice whenever we have a gap, how price reacts, and if we are accepted within previous day's value area, how frequently we trade across it. And again, there's no gap today, so there we go. Everything seems to be plotting. Okie dokie. And I hope that the day worked out well for y'all. It worked out just okay for me. Absolutely. I was pleased with that. If I can, you know, do one of those trades every day, that works. I'm happy with that for now, obviously. And we got 2 1/4 sitting up here at, our old friend, Mr. 63. What a surprise. Now, today is going to be the SPX expiration. It's Wednesday, isn't it? Yeah. And this weekend, or this Friday, we have, is the third Friday of the month, which is options expirations. Also, we have earnings, which we're in that season now. So here's today. We're in the banks now. So yesterday was the start of it, basically. And, you know, we got Goldman and everybody. Tomorrow, it starts changing a little bit. So we're in earnings, and we have some numbers out the balance of the week also. We had PPI today. We've got the beige book this afternoon. We've got the usual talking feds, and if you happen to trade crude, we've got the EIA inventories at 9:30, which is always can be a market mover for sure. And in this goofy market we have, you know, with OPEC making a lot of statements and whatnot. Now, here is tomorrow. So we got core retail, jobless claims, more talking feds. I'm not sure what the hell's happening on Friday, to be honest with you. Michigan, now that's the funniest number. It's still always just referred to as a 2-star instead of 3 as far as market moving potential. But that damn thing, it's a bogus number, really. You can pay to get it early. You know, it genuine. I can't even talk now. That's great. It usually moves the market. So there you go. That's on Friday. And today we have, okay. So there we go. I think I'm up to speed now, and my brain's starting to actually work, and the Tylenol's kicking in, and, you know, all that stuff. And what do we got now? Are you going to say good morning to Antonio? Yeah? No? Why are you being Miss Quiet Day? You don't sing anymore. You so fat you can't sing anymore? Maybe she may have got so fat she can't sing anymore, Antonio. I don't know. Oh, yeah, now you're going to sing on the floor. Okay. Well, I better go feed the fat one before she chews off one of my legs. Okay, now let's see here. What have I forgotten to do? Something? I've got the charts all set right. I've got my start stuff on. We had that big pop up. Looks like this thing's a little bit late here, I think. What's the IB now? 62.93 quarter. There we are. Okay. There we go. That makes sense. I was making sure that the volume profile was at the proper level. And I've said this before, but if you notice the difference between the flag and the line, that's normal behavior. They're both driven by the exact same data at the exact same time from IRT. The difference is the smallest refresh rate I'm able to set in the cloud note column is a minute. And whoever the boys and girls are that did this indicator over here, which you buy from Bookmap, is obviously less. So they can be different, just like it was there. Incidentally, if you care, and I don't think either one of you maybe do, but if you're using the Cloud Notes column and it levels like this, I discovered by just reading something over in Bookmap facts, maybe it was FAQs, I'm not sure. Anyway, you in the template for these levels, I can put in a special code and it will draw a line also at the, I'm going to mess with it this weekend and see. Now, this indicator has a nice feature that it puts the line level in the center over here, or you can choose right, left, center, whatever. And if there's more than one price at a line, it will show you both together, which is kind of handy because oftentimes they get buried over here. So, and I've already bought the damn thing, but if you want to use the levels and would like a line, I don't know. I'm assuming that it uses the same color, and it's probably similar to how they've coded this indicator up. But if you haven't bought it yet, I'll see if that works for people that might need it. Just a tight consolidation, and what do we got? The 11-point range. 12-point range, I guess, so far in the day. Now, am I ready to rock here? Let's just check. Yeah. Okay. I hope that everybody's day turned out good yesterday. It was quite a day. I mean, obviously, rear view mirror trading, right? If you just sell a pullback or sell it, whatever you call it when it goes up, not buy the dips, but sell the pullbacks, I guess is the phrase. I don't know. Or the, Antonio's favorite VPOC migration here. Until you got right here. But wow. That was one hell of a short off the IB high. I don't know how many times that could happen, but so far, not bad. So far, if you shorted today's IB high, you're in the money for 15 handles in the first 10 minutes. When I was reviewing the stream and the trades and stuff at the end of the day yesterday, reviewing the trades on the stream at the end of the trades day yesterday, it's like so often happens when you're in the rearview mirror. At no point in the day, from the time I entered my trade, was my stop. Would my stop have been hit all the way to the close last night? So that trade of 60 ticks that I took out yesterday would have been 200. What is it? 73.41, basically 30. Yeah, so 70 handles times 4, 280 ticks or something like that. Pretty good money. Oh, that's a real bad thing to do. Sorry, but moving your stop away from your entry is something that's a real big no-no. That ought to be a rule that you stop and think about a lot. And then, this is obviously just my suggestion and it's none of my business, but yeah, I absolutely would never. Now that's posing a problem for me, actually. Not a problem, but it's the next thing I've got to address in my planning trade plan, which I do in the evenings and the weekends. And I don't believe you should ever alter your trade plan during the trading session. Okay, so now that that's out of the way. For example, I think I mentioned this yesterday or day before. Let's pretend I want to get short, and I think, okay, here we are. Here's Antonio's VPOC migration. Baby, we're going short. So I don't do my entry very well, and I get short right here. And where's my stop? It's right in the middle of all this traffic. Bad idea. Bad trade placement. But so what do I really think the correct position would be? If it's within my risk tolerance, this is where the trade fails, right? Above these recent swing highs, or above the IB if you want to go there. When it gets one tick above the IB, this thing has failed. There's no question about it. Now, that is 7 ticks or 7 handles. Well, that's way outside the risk scope of my trade plan and all those other kind of things. So what I'm thinking about, and the way I'm trying to approach this is, I'm trying to pick my trade entries in such a way, or be aware of them when I'm getting ready to enter a trade. Where's the stop going to be? In other words, don't consider this an entry because the stop's going to be in traffic. Wait or don't trade until you get an entry up here. And of course, that's not, that is a little more nerve-wracking, because what's it doing? It's not really going the direction you think it's going up here. But anyway, so you got 2 ways to approach it: trade entry or adjust your stop location, which is, I think, what Tom does, and probably a lot of people in the TLab or wherever, a lot of traders do, is as long as it stays within your risk parameters and your risk tolerance, put your stop where the trade really fails, but absolutely never change it after that, I think is really important. If you've noticed, been here long enough, I'm sure Antonio might have noticed, I never move the stop, ever. Other than, and I should say, I never move it away from entry. sometimes when I'm a little, you know, when I'm being a little bit of a wuss, I'll trail it up because I don't want to give anything back. But but that's real important, and that's, you know, now what Rod is doing lately is he's, as he says, taken off the training wheels. He's gotten rid of the risk neutral scale and is taking them to target. So his, you know, his trades are making a lot more money. But he's able to focus and identify A+ trades, and a couple of outcomes from that. This is all per him, right? Not me observing him or whatever else. This is stuff he's just said. It's reduced his amount of trades a day from 4 or 5 to 2, 1 or 2. And it forces him to look for A+ setups and entries only, because he's not leaning on that risk neutral scale. Personally, I think that's a great idea, but I will be still doing the risk neutral scale for a while. I used to trade 4 lots, now I'm back down to 2. I should say I went, obviously, if you're going to scale down in high volatility, once you're at a 2 lot with minis, there's only one place you can go, and that's micros. And that's what I had done when all that volatility was going on. And I was trying to get back up to where I belong. And now I'm at a 2 lot in minis. So the next step will be a 4 lot after a while. And I'm only focusing on those, on the IB trades. And there's been some beautiful VPOC migration or mean reversion trades. This is, you know, I'm joking about Antonio's favorite trade here, but here's a mean reversion. And that's essentially what you could call yesterday's entry, right? There you go for mean reversion, isn't it? And we're still reverting. Who the hell knows how low we're going, but there's, you know, 84 to 02. So there's, you know, basically 20 handles there with just an opening mean reversion. So many. And then I've talked about it. I've talked about it ad nauseum. You know, you go watch somebody like Dakota who doesn't have volume bars, doesn't have indicators, doesn't have anything, will draw a box where he thinks support or resistance is and trades based on those things and does very, very, very well for himself. There's so many different ways to skin the cat. I think so many people try to, it's my way or the highway, that bullshit, you know, and that I don't believe is the case. Obviously, I'm sure the 3 of us, or however many people are in here, but the 3 of us probably all trade differently. I'm sure. No question about it, and I don't think there's any reason why that is a bad thing. Now, I would say that I've never seen any luck with moving your stop away from entry. That it only compounds the loss. So that, I think that's for sure, that's something that I would work on if it were me. And then there you run into people. I forget his name. There's a guy who posts on YouTube stuff who, you know, doubles down all the time. Doesn't put a stop. Doubles down. Okay, he's gone long and down here. Well, he'll go long some more. You know. Now, I don't think any of those things are a sustainable way to have a profitable trading business for me. And I've never been trading with that much account size. And that makes, that's something to consider always, I think, is the account size story, because it makes it, you know, Tom, I'm sure Tom has an infinitely larger account than a lot of people, and takes, you know, he can just, oh, well, yeah, I took that, I stopped out, I've taken 4 or 5 stops today, and I put it right back out because the premise was still there. I can understand all of those thoughts, but I can't afford to do that. or I choose not to afford to do that, whatever you want to say. But, I think account size is a huge determining factor that a lot of the people who are internet guru-y types or leaders of rooms, or even, I think Tom's aware of it, I'm pretty sure, but, makes a big difference, makes a real big difference. And it makes a big difference in your psychology also. If you're able to trade a couple of minis and your risk on a couple of minis, let's say 4 points or 5 points on a couple of minis is 1 or 2% of your contract, of your account size, what a pleasure, If it's 10% or, of your account size, that's not such a pleasure anymore. That's why I'm really fond of the risk neutral idea, and will continue to use that. I think it's working out. I think it's a great approach. Now, I think I forgot to mention in the pre-market, this account, I have the commitment to not take any trades on this, account off the stream. That's why the stream is so long. Early on, I had a short stream, couple hours, and I thought that was sufficient. And then I'd be standing here and, oh shit, here comes a trade setting up. And then I wouldn't take it because I was out, I had the stream closed and I couldn't get it going quick enough. That was pretty dumb. So I quit that immediately. But this is an TopStep evaluation or combine account. And the idea was to take it from the beginning and record the whole journey and, through. The stream will never stop, or as being my trading journal, but that's the point of this at this time. And that's the reason why I'm able to use the trade copier thing. Oh, incidentally, did you guys notice yesterday Tom said somebody was was scamming or something about pretending to be him or something? They were talking about a trade copier. So I guess that means that there is software out there that we had talked about before, Antonio. We all know the trade copiers work on all these prop accounts and all these kind of things, but if you have an account, can you copy that? For example, if you have 2 brokerage accounts, can you copy the trade from one to the other? Apparently there is software out there that'll do that. I just saw that blurb from Tom, and I don't really monitor the TLab anymore during the day because I'm busy trying to focus here. Look there now and then, but so I might have missed other conversation about it. But I guess that answers the question. We had talked about that once before. Okay. Well, we've crossed over the great and powerful 9 o'clock, and Rod's IB30 is likely to come to fruition here. And here we have a VPOC migration. Approaching the lows from yesterday. And also the overnight. Previous close is down here below us at 62.73 quarter. Or no, 75, sorry. What is this? What was I going to do here? Boom, boom, boom. I didn't get that one very close, did I? All righty now. So we've got the EIA crude inventories at 9:30. PPI was out this morning at 7:30, and the beige book is out at 1300. Vice Chair Barr will be speaking at now, actually. Start at the top of the hour. Pretty crazy day yesterday, wasn't it? After that ridiculous pop to the upside overnight. Based on exactly nothing. All right. Yeah, mean reversion was the trade, I guess. And there's the IB30 Rod to the rescue here once again, eh? Don't ever trade that, but it's fun to watch. Barr must be saying something. Must be saying he doesn't think there's any cuts coming anytime soon. So crazy, all this rhetoric that's going on and name calling and insulting and all these things. Really strange. You know, the last thing on the planet we need is a rate cut. Inflation and unemployment and, you know, in the bigger picture, make a determination really about the tariffs, what's really going to happen, and then think about what the impact of that will be on the economy, and then decide. I mean, that's what I think the way to go. I'm certainly not a Fed guy, but yeah, I don't think that there's a lot of thought goes into some things that are said often or recently. So there we did have our IB30, which is, of course, the fact that the rod determined statistically that the high or low of the first 30 minutes is exceeded by the high or low in the second 30 minutes of the RTH session, therefore called the IB30. I haven't heard anybody talk about that for a while, but I always keep an eye open. Yeah, it's completely ridiculous. Me too. You know, we moved back over here and I went into goddamn cardiac arrest at the price of everything. It's amazing. Healthcare, living, you know, housing, and dickheads like Musk and Bezos are running around making billions of dollars and getting tax cuts. Obscene, in my opinion. Fortunately, there are great alternatives out there in the world. Antonio's in Portugal, which is, I never have visited Portugal, but I've never heard anything bad about it as an alternative place to live. And the language, of course, out of respect and everything else, you need to learn to speak Portuguese. But, uh, it's now I have no idea what the way this administration is going. Americans that's going to be the lowest valued passport on the planet pretty quick as far as travel goes. That's worrying to me. Well, there we go. What else is going on over here? We're still fluffing around right underneath of that VPOC. Interesting that the VPOC didn't change after that giant drama yesterday. Has pretty much held constant. I update these. I pull this across every night between 14 or 16 and 1700 when I change the charts to these charts back to the full session, or the full session. So then, like at tonight, I will incorporate whatever happens today. This is yesterday. And this is, I forgot to mention that probably, but this black profile here is the big scale profile. This is from September 10th, 2021. Close, previous low. We're ticking them out, huh? So far, we've hit all the suspects, I think, except for those ones up on the top side. We've hit them all to the bottom. We've got the close and the previous low left to go. What else we got up here? Yeah. Remember why I put that IB thing there? This would have been one of those. What the hell is 61.1 is? This was the IB low from yesterday. And this is, again, the naked volume point of control from yesterday's RTH session. This is where we close. This is the POC at close yesterday. And they're still sitting there, 186 of them. I clear these out, and then I put this flag on every day between 16 and 1700. Getting our usual 9 o'clock counter move. Seems to be a everyday deal. Not sure if there's going to be any disruptors to the auction here, but with the many speaking opportunities around the White House this morning, starting in about an hour. So, yeah. All right, where are we now? Who's on third? We had a migration. We got that covered. I had to go foraging for food here. And a few minutes left before the IB comes along. I'll be narrating this, but I'm real sensitive. I don't know, sensitive is the right word. That sounds kind of touchy-feely, but I'm pretty aware of being on tilt emotionally or physically or whatever else. And I don't think that's a prudent way to trade. So that's part of the things in my trade plan. Part of the list of no-nos, like the range requirement was a real strict one there for a long time. I've let that one, taken that out of the trade plan. I'm aware of it always, but boy, that was real restrictive. Days would go by without trading at all. And then that started playing into my, analysis paralysis, and I realized that I had to get my trade rate up to at least 1 or 2 trades a day. And now I'm not even close to that, maybe 1 or 2 a week at this point. But that's a tough call, I'm so aware of not wanting to overtrade or board trade or whatever you call it, having gone down that road before. So, seems like the stream is streaming. That's nice. Trickling down the hill here. Is the audio, is it loud or soft or whatever else? Sometimes when I put the headset on, the mic sounds very loud, but I think it's because it's monitoring inside rather than, I did a lot of testing and stuff in the beginning, and then I don't ever change the settings. So I assume they stay the same, but if it's like really loud or really stupid or something, say something. Don't hesitate to speak up. Thanks. Okay. Ten minutes, or 9, I should say, and the IB will set. So, what have we got going on now? This would be, I guess, in my opinion, a rotational day so far, suggesting that the IB failure would be on the hit parade here. Here's one of those instances where there's 2 levels stacked on top of one another, but this thing shows you both of them. So I kind of think that's nice. Not sure it's worth the price, but yeah. I think it's $1. Forget what that costs, but it's a one-time thing. I refuse to, I have enough. I have to swallow my pride enough with these recurring revenue story like these subscriptions like Bookmap or IRT. Now, Bookmap, does anybody in here? No, probably not. I don't know. Maybe you did. Have you bought Bookmap, the lifetime license thing? I got to talk to Elena or somebody in support there. I don't know I don't know if you buy the license, is that it? Do you get all of the Global Plus, stuff going forward or not? That needs to be defined. And then I guess you have to decide whether you're going to have a profitable business or not. And if you do, then if it's a, subscription, you can write that off. So you bought the Global Plus license, and that means you paid them whatever the hell it is now, $1,900 or something like that. And then boom, you don't have any recurring payment and you get all the updates and all the everything else. Is that correct? Lifetime sub to Bookmap Global Pass. So it's a subscription, a lifetime subscription, yeah. So for, all perpetuity, as long as you've got a data feed, you can use Bookmap. That's pretty cool. I looked into it once, and then, of course, that's great. That's before my career folded up and evaporated on me. So now I'm not in that league anymore right now. That was a shocking day. That's for sure. Okay. Yeah, I had kicked that around a lot, and I was going to do it, and I'm regretful now that I did not. All right, 3 minutes to the bottom of the hour. And our world famous initial balance statistic will be set and then become active. Now comes a real dilemma for me frequently in this IRT with the IB stat as the one that I'm working to vet and only one I'm trading. this isn't exactly a rotational day, right? It's got at least two, or if you want to be if you want to be technical, 1, 2, 3, 4 distributions. So it's really not a rotational day at this point. But I still kind of feel that way. I guess it's because of the narrower range. So I would be thinking, like I said a few minutes ago, about the IB failure as opposed to the IB continuation. But that would be a dilemma for me because the context is down so far. And the mean reversion from the bottom up would be tough to take because it's the POC is right down here at the bottom of this lower distribution. We're under the mid, and we're under the VWAP. At the moment, we're right on the mid, kind of, or the this is the Globex VWAP, and this is the current. So yeah, these are all things that need to be thought about in anticipation of the trade coming to. One of the things that's nice and that is talked about frequently in the TLab and wherever people think like this and trade is that when you're trading vetted trades, it further removes the gambling, gaming thing, all those emotions, because I'm looking at the IB trades, right? So I'm well in advance. Now we are just crossing over 930, so the statistic is becoming active. But you anticipate the setup and the trade long before it happens. It's not like some spur of the moment adrenaline rush thing that you do, like scalping or any of those kind of things. So that's something that I appreciate about it. But in this case, I'm just thinking out loud, remember, because this is the journal, but this isn't really a rotational day, but we're only in a 02 to 77 or say 80, 20, 23, 24 handle range. The mean reversion from the top down, we didn't have a mean to revert to from up here, but we do from down here. So we're sort of mean reversion from the bottom back up to here's the POC, very close. Barely any range there, 5 handles. And now we're going away from pulling away from the IBs. So for me, it's definitely a wait and see. And of course, the statistic, which I'm sure everyone knows, but I'll repeat anyhow, just for the sake of the recording and the stream, posterity. There is an over 97.7, I think. Yeah. There's a greater than 97.7% probability in all 4 open types that the high or the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session is exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the RTH session, the current RTH session. That's the IB statistic. It's right here. And it happens to be in the higher outer range is 97.7%. Today it's 98%. 98% lower in range. And whatever that says, 98% lower outer range. So it's, Again, it's not an absolute target, but it sure as hell is a high percentage. Hard to trade because it could be the high, it could be the low, it could be now, and it could be 1 nanosecond before we close. Another statistic, which is interesting to me, if it's a 90, let's call it 98%. If there's a 98% probability that one or the other will be taken out, unless I'm wrong, that means there's a 2% probability that neither one will be taken out. That's pretty low. And there's a 31% that both are taken out. So if we're, coming into the end of the day and neither one of the IBs has been hit yet, we're somewhere near one or the other, that's a pretty good bet to take that trade in that direction. That's a different way of looking at the stats that might help out. Yeah, that's a good one. That's what Rod does. He'll look at the statistics and hold for that. What I'm doing is the bracket. And another thing, another reason for doing that is if you're trying to vet a specific setup and get get the statistics, you can't be changing stuff. It's got to be. This is how I understand the statistics anyway. You can't have a 5-tick stop this time and a 10-tick stop next time and a 20-tick target this time and a 14-tick target, the next time. They've got to be the same in order to have the statistics. What's the probability of getting T1? What's the probability of getting to T2? Well, those have got to be constant, as does the context and all of the other parameters around the trade, I believe. So that's my approach anyway at this point. When you programmatically backtest something and you code it up, nothing changes, right? There are no variables. And that's the way I believe you got to do statistics in order to have a meaningful data set or a meaningful subset of the data. And, as I've said before, that's where I'm coming from. And it means nothing to anybody else. Guys like that Dakota, I keep using him as an example because it's so different from the way we trade. He has no idea about statistics of anything. He looks at supply and demand and says, this looks like a place where we had a lot of supply or, resistance and support or whatever name you want to call it, and makes money hand over fist. So, there you go. And day trading is really not his income. His bread and butter is stocks, options, basically. He started out trading options. He's only 31, but he started out trading options young, quote unquote, and has made quite a good amount of money at it. Following Tom Sosnoff, actually, who I think is I admire that guy. The last thing about statistics, say that last thing again. Well, you mean about the parameters, excuse me, the parameters have to be consistent? If that's what you meant, if you're determining statistics on what is the probability that in an IB failure, let's go, IB failure trade, what is the probability that I achieve T1? What is the probability that I achieve T2? Well, you can't have those parameters change. T1 has got to be the same amount of points, and so does T2. Otherwise, it's not a valid data set. You know, if my T1 is 3 and my T2 is 48, then they've got to be that for all of the trades that I include in that statistical analysis to determine the validity of, you know, or what the probability of those two are. If I have 5 ticks this time and 10 ticks next time and 20 ticks the third time, it's not that is not statistically significant because they're not part of the same data set. That's like, you know, if you're trying to statistically vet the IB failure, it can't be based on a VPOC migration. It's got to be around rules that you establish for the IB high or low. First rule for me, it's got to be a rotational day. And this is just because I'm just puking up what Thomas said or what we've all talked about so many times for the IB trade, and it even goes back past ARM. But, you know, the first thing is the IB failure is a mean reversion trade by definition. Okay, it's the IB, the extreme high or low of the first 1 hour. The failure means it reverts back to the center or the mean. So that has to be the first criteria. And then what are the parameters that validate that entry? And what's the trigger? This would not be this doesn't qualify as an IB failure trade because the IB is not set yet. It's only 9 o'clock in the morning. Now the IB is set, it's past 9:30. And then in order to validate the trade, you need to have the same parameters. Oh, here you go. I can show you. Well, did I just hit it or not? Yeah, I think I probably did. So here is where I backtest. This is the IB failure, coincidentally. These are the rules and the, you know, for the profit targets, the stops, the entry rules. I can push this backtest to the chart, which is right over here. Here is an example of it. This is a positive 48 ticks. Now, though, I haven't figured out how to get it to add these two together because on this chart thing, and I don't really care, it does the entry, the T1 and the T2 properly. So that's fine. Also, you set up the back tests like this, and here's, you know, looking backwards at 20 days. We'll make it look backwards at 10 days. What the hell? Okay. Okay. And we've set the rest of the stuff up. Well, I maybe went too quick there. You know, there's 2 contracts on the entry. There's the instrument. There's the session. There's all this kind of stuff. Okay. Now, rather than push it to the chart, which is over here, I've already done that for 20 days. Here's the backtest results. And that's how long it took IRT to calculate the backtest. So that IB failure would have shown over the last 10 days, it would have shown $1,000 profit. It had 3 contracts in the short that didn't work out. It took a total of 9 trades, long trades, short trades, all the, you know, this goes on ad nauseum down here. This is a sanity check for me, this concise or consolidated summary, because it shows me the first thing I look for is the maximum loss. If this says more than $300 on an E-mini 2-contract trade, something's wrong, right? Because a full stop on 2 contracts at 3 points is $300. There you go. And then this is the real detail where you see the absolute actual time, price, and everything else for the entry, exit, stop, T1, T2, whatever the outcome was, and the result of that in the form of profit or loss. But you can't have it has to be driven by the specific set of rules. You can't, there's no way you can have any variables in your conditions and achieve any kind of a meaningful backtest, in my opinion, or statistics. So that's what I've been trying to do. And I tried to, I got into Python a while and was able to code some stuff up in Python, thinking that would be quicker. And then realized that most of the backtesting scripts that are available in Python that you can start with don't work with futures. So that was about as handy as 2 left feet. After I spent a lot of time and effort figuring, getting things, I had it doing 2 contracts and a T1 and a T2 and all of that. And then I go, and what is wrong with these numbers? Well, come to find out, most of them, like, can't think of the name of them now. It's been a few months ago since I was doing the Python thing. But anyway, they don't do they don't do futures. They don't calculate based on ticks and points and put a profit at the ticks. They work on crypto and that crap. So it's on pennies or tenths of pennies. So I just moved back away from there, back to IRT, where I had some sort of a more firm footing that I could build on. I have an opening range trade that I backtest, and I have the IBF and the IBC, and that's kind of why I figured they were good places to start with actually trading and vetting the trade in the real live market. So that's about as much as I know. Rod does it differently. If you remember his statistics, he doesn't do profit. When he posts his statistics in the TLab or wherever, it's basically a compilation of the concise or the short form there in my backtest, where it's okay. We had the IB when we had the Let's take this is purely hypothetical. What is the conditions and the parameters when the POC migrates outside the initial balance? Okay, looking back over 1,000 days, that's happened 500 times. When that happens, we have an X% probability that price will continue on or go back to and retest the IB high, that kind of thing. That's the way he looks at it, and I wish I could figure out I wish I could do that, but I don't have the code skills he does, and I have to use what I have. So there you are. But that's the way all those stats that Rod posts from time to time in the TLab are that way. And done in that way. Let's see something here. See if I can figure this out. Where the hell are we? That's Wednesday. I had done a couple. I got to get more organized with keeping track of the stuff he says, because it's pretty much gold every time, I think. Some folks are a lot more organized at that than I am. And I'll poke around until I find one. I'll find an example of Rod's stuff, and I'm sure you've seen them plenty, but I think this might be one. Yeah, there you go. This is from Rod. VOP return analysis result. 84.6 at the time when price returns to the POC after a significant move following a POC shift, then and only 15% does it reverse. And this is the way he looks at them over so many days, things like that, which is real great. But it's I don't have the skills to code that up. So I do it with IRT, which is the only thing that I have that really works. I also tried Quant Connect. If you're good at Python or any kind of coding at all, Quant Connect is a system that's set up for backtesting futures. So it eliminated all that crap with forget what they were called, the Python's, libraries that you start with for backtesting, and then you code up you bring the data. I would export the data from my RT into my other machine, and then that would be the data set I'd use. You can also use Yahoo Finance, but then again, you got to, make sure that it's clean data and that it's futures data and blah, 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 blah. It turned into a big... I have a problem with going down wormholes, right? Or rabbit holes or whatever it is. When something like that, and I suddenly find myself up to my ears in learning how to code Python and do data something or another, and I go, wait a second, that's not the point of this exercise at all. So I have to be real careful about that, personally. And we have yet to come down and take our IB statistic. And we're just exactly, abso-freaking-lutely right smack dab in the middle. By definition, we are at the RTH mid. So there you go. Okay, great. Super. $83.75. That's pretty much the POC, right? On my stuff. So that wouldn't work for me because I would never, I don't diddle in the middle or trade the POC out. And I'm not saying that that's anything you should pay attention to, and maybe I am completely goofy for thinking that way. You just made money and I'm standing here looking. You know what I'm saying? Or you can approach it like Dakota and have no freaking clue what the POC is or where it is. And make $225,000, I mean, you know what I mean? There are 1,000 different ways to skin this cat. And I am certainly, I guess if you want to put a priority or a ranking on it, you could follow somebody that's making the most money, I guess. And I wouldn't be that guy. Would be great if I was. Now we're starting to kind of get rotationally looking here, aren't we? This lower distribution is really building out. We definitely traded down, but looks like the tanker's turning now. And there you go. So your long was a good idea. Well, 63 is still pretty popular suspect up here. That's got to be strike heaven. Yeah, looks like we're going to go all the way across and look at the highs. So now if you had been had your bracket on, you'd have this runner going. That's really I really can't say enough. First of all, I was going to say I can't. Oh, look at this crap. Oh, well, it must be somebody said something, didn't they? Somebody certainly said something right there. Thank you so much. I'm so happy that you did that. Price check at aisle 3 and kaboom, huh? Now, coincidental. I think they traded it up here to somebody needed to get back up here, and then just as the news hit, or somebody said something. What? I don't know. These days I believe completely that that's what's up. That's the problem. Let's see here. Well, Trump is greeting Bahrain leadership. Then he meets with Bahrain leadership, and then he's bill signing, and then so it's going to be, and then at 8 o'clock it's Trump dinner with Qatar PM. Oh, well, he's got to discuss his new airplane, I guess. So from now straight through, pretty much every little bit, all the way down to 1800, it's the Trump show. It's reality TV. I don't know what. I don't know what caused that dump. That couldn't be EIA because that was over, 15 minutes ago. So something was said somewhere along the line that I don't see on my news stuff here, but that's certainly what I think this was. And here's one of the V reversals. Yeah, that's got to be new. What I was getting ready to say until that Trump dump or whatever that was happened. Of all the insights and things I've learned from Tom, the TLab members, Rod, all those kind of guys, you guys, I got to say that probably one of the biggest impacts on me from a psychological point of view, et cetera, is the bracket and the risk neutral idea. I realize exactly what Rod's saying, that it's training wheels, and that he said he got so sick of giving away his profits at half of his profit at 3 points. And I can understand that completely, but I can say that the impact it has on me psychologically when I've got that scale off is huge, and allows me to manage my trade with a clearer mind at my point. And I can't wait to be in a position where, I'm trading a 4 lot and I'm not worried about risk neutral. But I'd say that's one of the that's one of probably the more positive take homes for me about all of the stuff that we're all familiar with. Yeah, there's a lot of analogies to the way his policies and politics run. Strikes me more of, he's trying to posture as a, gangster kind of guy, New York gangstery kind of guy, threatening people and making pretty hollow statements and no real consistency. Yeah, there's a lot of. It's one thing to be a reality TV guy or a that kind of person, but this guy, this shit is world policy and affecting the lives of millions of people, and that's the scary part. Yeah, I have no rhyme or reason to it. So there we got our IB statistic out. The IB low based on the dump right there. Tested it right here. So if you took the V IB stat and took the V deep V reversal, you didn't get too far, but you got 10. Well, that's a lie. You got 10 handles. It's one of the problems that I have with Bookmap is I get all confused about scale. This, if you took this quick stat and this big deep V reversal, you were fast. You got 10 handles out of it, 78 to 88, right? And a second test down here. And now we're getting a big, it's now developing the profile to start looking pretty much rotational. If you look at it over here on the market profile, it's getting that B-shaped look to it, which is, according to market profile lore, is indicative of long liquidation. I don't know what this was here, but it's got to be something unrelated to market data because there's nothing scheduled at 9:54. And maybe it's just the auction, right? I don't know what someone else, like Tom thinks about it that way a lot, I think. Well, one thing about this live stream with full transparency and accountability in the real live market here is that I can't pontificate about rearview mirror stuff, and it's all out here for the world to see. So, no trades today. Doubt that I will because I'm on a bit of tilt, from not enough sleep and drinking too much wine last night, to be honest about it. But honest, right? And I know myself well enough to know that if I'm not 100%, that putting risk on is a dumb idea. Oh, well, of course, he's going to be insulting Powell up one side and down the other. And, I have nothing to say about it, really. I'm not an economist but people a lot more intelligent than I and more educated than I am in economics have a completely other opinion. Seem to be quite admiring of the job that Powell and the Fed have done, keeping basically soft landing and inflation down to where they had set the targets for. And, it makes logical sense to me that if your mandate is to ensure as full employment as you can and or keep the economy and inflation in check, with a whole bunch of random dynamics like this tariff story, it wouldn't be a prudent time to just start, changing stuff. And the economy is essentially in good, stable ground. They inherited a really good economy when the administration turned over. So, like I said, I don't know enough about it to really comment other than what I read. And I try to, read stuff that means something, not X or certainly in Trump Social. I mean, that's going to be only one way, right? That's like listening to Fox News. I don't think it's unbiased or factual reporting to any extreme or extent. Let's put it that way. Yeah. So here we go. If you took that mean reversion, IB continuation, or I'm sorry, IB failure off the stat, lovely. I find it interesting that I didn't realize this before, but, Powell is a card-carrying Republican and was appointed by Donald Trump the last time around. So I think I think the biggest, one of Trump's, or this administration's strategies is the vaudevillian magician's concept or practice of misdirection. The economy is shit. Prices are going up. People are losing their jobs. So what do? You have these, guys with no badges, masks on, and no names, going in and arresting people in democratic cities. And you make a lot of noise about a deal like Powell. I guess that seems to be the go-to idea to me. How any of this crap with these ICE guys is even remotely legal? That's straight out of the Gestapo playbook. I don't understand any of that. And exporting people, deporting people, flying people out of America to some third world country they've never been in their life. And how much do you suppose America is paying that little putz in El Salvador? That's, that little president guy down there. How much do you suppose we're paying him to keep all those prisoners that we deported down there? That's a pretty widely held secret, I think. I'm surprised nobody's asked that question. You think they're doing it for free? I'm pretty sure not. It's pretty crazy. I never thought I'd see this kind of thing happen in America, frankly. And I'm clearly in the minority, I guess. Well, here we are at the price check at aisle 3. The 95s. That was a really nice mean reversion or IB failure trade right there. There was the stat. Up, pull back. Let me see if we can go like this a little bit. Looks a little better there. Doesn't look so violent. Pull back right to this liquidity level here at 76, and then away you go. Pretty nice. Hope you got some of that, Antonio. I would imagine. Quietly over there making money. back to that 95. Pretty orderly auction, actually, except for this dump right here, which I'm assuming is a Trump dump. I don't know. I believe that it probably was, or I imagine that it probably was. I don't believe one way or the other. Oh, Bahrain. Well, Trump asked, there's the dollar, cratering the dollar. That's going to have an impact. Ooh, here we go with some more. This has got to be some more. I wonder if anybody has pointed out that every time the dollar ticks down, nobody's interested in buying bonds. Why would they want to spend their dollars at a discounted rate to loan America money for the debt which our government has put in place and which was just increased by $4.3 trillion or something with this latest bill that was passed? I think we're headed down a road to no good myself. And again, I'm not a whiz-bang economist. I'm just kind of echoing what I hear and read that makes by people who I think do know what's going on. And oh, sorry about that. Yeah, it's just, it is reality. It is like, low budget reality TV. That's amazing. The closest analogy I can come to this is you walk into the bank, you walk up to the bankers and you piss all over his desk. And then you say, oh, and by the way, I want a mortgage. That's what it seems like to me. The largest holders and buyers and supporters of American debt, the debt crisis, is Japan and China. The Fed kept us from, under Powell, brought down inflation to the 2% mark, and unemployment, and has kept unemployment lower and pretty constant in this really uncertain economy that we are in right now. So I don't know. And people who ought to know what's going on, for some reason, won't say a word or have no backbone or, or whatever. I mean, like Donald Trump's told Ted Cruz his mother was a prostitute and his father was a traitor. And Ted Cruz can't seem to, get enough of Donald Trump. I don't know. It's just bizarre. Rubio, same story. J.D. Vance. Look at some of the videos of J.D. Vance. I think Trump is a Nazi and a socialist and a Nazi, and I there's no way I could ever support that guy in a million years. This was a year and a half ago. It's just really amazing to me. Absolutely no integrity or credibility these guys have. The first go around with Trump, I think there were certain guardrails with people that had experience and whatever, and he learned very well from that to get rid of those guys. Now he's got, a 14-year heroin addict, conspiracy theorist, running health and education, I should say. And what's her name? The wrestling woman is the... It's just almost hilarious. It's not funny, I mean, at all, but it is pretty crazy. And this is having a good reaction on the market, so I guess we've turned into I guess that one or two comments changed us to a IB continuation now or something. I don't know. There we go. Open your mouth. Boom. Now, test right back up. This would have been an excellent trigger for the IB continuation right here. Right there. And it's 10 handles. Yeah. Not sure why this keeps doing this, but it's irritating. Take care, Antonio. Have a good one. Have a good one. What's going on in the TLab or what do you call it? Static. Well, well, well. I tell you, God takes care of. What's that old saying? God takes care of kids and drunks, or something like that. I'm looking at some of those posts in the over there. You know, I don't know what happened, but I guess all my orders got hit. Jesus, there's some planning. Huh? Good for them. Lucky. Lucky. Ooh, another IB continuation. Look at there. And that's also a very clean one. And the profile now, after all of this drama, has certainly become I wouldn't say directional, as I would say elongated, I guess. I guess that's directional. You look at the the bigger picture, what are we doing? Well, uh-oh. These are good trades all here. Good, clean, basically textbook trades, particularly this one. We trade down through, take the statistic. Well, we'd taken it over here once before. And then we had an IB failure. And then we come back down through it. But anytime this kind of action is based on, some misdirection or a random quote, news. It's not news. It's, I don't know what it is. I don't know what to call it, but, random announcements or tweets or whatever it is. Random distractions, I guess, or misdirection. I'm real hesitant, but here we go. And we traded down through it, back up and tested, didn't get anywhere above it, and sold off. Same thing here. Couple of IB continuations there. Pretty much textbook. All the way down to the Globex low. Who'd have thought? Would be interesting. It's impossible to do, of course, but it would be interesting to see what these markets, how this trade would have gone without the extracurricular inputs. Oh yeah, working out real good for that IB continuation. I guess they just won't let up with the insults. I guess is that what's causing all this? I'm assuming. It's so weird. Shall I say? In my view, I guess the polite way to say it is it's so undiplomatic and unpresidential. I find that really weird. New country, I guess, a new population and a new mindset. Well, I don't even care to look at the news, but I'll see what I see. Fed cut rates. What a bunch of self-serving assholes. Sorry, but really. Crazy. Crazy news, huh? Look at this shit. What a strange dynamic. I thought it was kind of strange. I think it was yesterday where it's pretty obvious that this ICE bunch of, I don't even know where they came from. I don't know who hires them or where they come from, but in my opinion, anybody that walks around without badges, without name tags, with masks are not somebody that I would think would have authority or should be trusted, but apparently they are. So they're busy arresting all the, raiding farms and taking all the workers and stuff from Southern California. And then they put a 30% tariff on Mexican tomatoes, with the logic being that we want to grow more tomatoes in America. They just arrested and disrupted all the farms, all the crops, and all the workers on those farms. Do they think in their wildest dreams that a bunch of fat American white boys are going to go out there in the sun and pick tomatoes and weed? I mean, really? Is that what they imagine? I don't understand it, really. So many of these dynamics are just way out of my scope of what I see as logical. Put it that way. I'm not political, but I think stuff going on is like, whoa, wait a minute here. That makes no sense. None. But I'm in the minority, obviously, so nothing for me to say, really. I'm guessing I'm going to probably survive here, so that's a good thing. Couple of very lovely IB continuation trades, even though until the it was a rotational and a IB failure, IBF trade day up until the news started breaking, I believe, in my opinion, from my point of view. And you can see that right there. There's the stat. I think that was it. Yes, sir. That's the statistic set, the test, no follow through. And that would have been the IB failure. And it was a 10-pointer, so more or less. That's would have been nice. And then the news hit, and all bets are off now, and it looks like IB continuation, or was. $62.40. Ooh, baby. Look at us go. Hmm. Crazy economy, huh? I mean, crazy days these are. Some all-time high in the overnight in the ETH off of some comment by some random low-level member of the executive committee at NVIDIA. I guess he is. I don't know. That they anticipate they're going to get licensed, so we get all-time highs and a huge euphoric rally, and then the reality sets in, and oh Christ, wait a minute, misdirection, I tell you. Stock and trade of the majority of magicians, showmen, I guess, beats me. One crazy day, huh? Just looking at the day, pretty crazy. Pretty normal to hear. I mean, as expected, and then all of a sudden, microphone madness. Microphone madness. Well, I'm definitely not going to engage in this market. If you are and you're profitable, congratulations. Step away for a few here and let the dust clear over all this microphone madness that we got going on. Let me just look quickly at, I think it goes on forever, to be honest about it. Oh, yeah. So it goes from 10 o'clock through 1400 and then picks right back up again at 1800. So, yeah. I guess I picked a good day not to feel good. And I'm real aware, as I said earlier in the stream, I'm real aware of being on tilt for whatever reason, you know, whether it's not enough sleep or something. And if I don't feel on my A game, then I'd narrate and watch. I never do not do that. But I certainly curtail my interaction with the market in those conditions. Same idea of flying, you know, it's 8 hours bottle of throttle. That used to be the rule. Same idea. Obviously in those days it was not touchy-feely enough to really be on, you know, on tilt for emotional reasons or whatever. But and flying's quite a bit different than this. And now what? Now we're not going to fire anybody? What a crazy day. Crazy time, huh? Oh, I just realized I remembered where I have seen a new fellow in the TLab, the Peter K. His name's Peter Caraveridan. As viperfutures.com. Yeah, it's a real estate guy and whatnot, trader from Austin, apparently. So good for him. And I knew that face looked familiar to me for some reason. And I guess was associated with Apex at one point. Neither here nor there, but, I knew that face looked familiar for some reason. And I happened to notice Viper Trading in one of his green snaps there, and that makes sense. Yeah, good. That's good. I hope he's helping Tom out. Tom seems to be happy about it, so that's good all the way around. Good. Yes, sir, Bobby. Okay, well, I'm gonna bow out here. Step aside for a bit. And forage for food and, rinse off some of the dust here and see how we get through the RTH2. RTH 1, 2, and 3 is a idea that Rod came up with, which is I find very good. Any way to group the trading results and statistics and stuff, I think by something meaningful is a great idea. So there's about 405 minutes in an RTH session divided by 3, there you go, RTH 1, 2, and 3. It's about an hour and 45 minutes each. Or is it an hour and 45 or 2? Whatever. 10:45 is the end of RTH 1. That Peter fella the new fellow in the TLab, I knew that name kind of struck me familiar. Peter K or whatever it is. He's got Viper. That's his site, Viper Trading, and I just noticed. I mean, I knew I'd seen the name or something before at some point in time, so I happened to just be standing here and went and looked, and sure enough, over in Austin, apparently. So that's where Trades by Matt is from, who's also I think he's the big poster boy for Apex now, I believe. And so is, last time I heard, that's where Apex was operating out of. Not that matters at all, I mean, but just coincidentally, So what? So boom, I don't know. Well, the first thing you've got to trade, the first thing I see with volatility is to immediately manage your risk, So size down. For example, when we had all this Trump stuff, a couple months back, obviously you're not going to get any place with a 12-tick stop. You're going to be stopped out, every time you blink your eyes. So in high volatility, I came up with a 2-lot and a 4-lot high volatility idea with a 24-tick stop to see how that would work with the market based on ATR and volatility and harmonic rotations and stuff. And then you got to size down. Notice that I put there's the thing, and then I 96 tick runner for a 2-lot, but you have to size down, right, to manage your risk. Now, if you're trading a 2-lot in the minis, and you're following the risk neutral idea where you have to have an even number of contracts, your only option is to scale down to micros. And I had gotten that far along when there was the 4-lot, and I had gotten that far along when the when the volatility and all the Trump tariff stuff it kind of smoothed over a bit. But that's, the first thing, in my opinion, the first thing you got to do with a high volatility environment is step back, manage your risk, determine how you're going to manage your risk, whether you've got a big enough account that you can just widen way out and still keep going. If taking 12 points or something is okay with your risk and your account size, well, then you can do that. But otherwise, in my case, and with a combine kind of thing like this, with a daily loss limit and all that stuff, you've got to size down, or that's my opinion. Again, back in the, well, they're not really useless because it is, they're useless unless the statistics have been captured in that environment. That's why it's real important to have consistent parameters around the capturing and the vetting of your statistics. And that's important. That's an important part of it. For example, if I wouldn't say that an IB statistic or one of the ones that that's the one that's in my brain now. So that's the one I said first. You can't apply those statistics and those risk parameters in terms of stops and profits to the NASDAQ as you do to the E-mini. Moves a hell of a lot more. This may move 20 points and the NASDAQ moves 100. So there's no goddamn way that a stop loss of 12 ticks is going to work, there again, you got to widen out. Yeah, and I agree with you completely. That would be my point about trying to call bottoms and tops. Absolutely. That is, in my opinion, trying to catch a falling knife. Like trying to catch this. Now, what Rod and company have been doing down here, am I on the right screen? Yeah, I will be in a minute. They've got a trade that they've been working on called this big V reversal. When you get a dramatic movement in one direction and a sharp return the other way, they'd be going long over here, looking for the continuation to the upside. And I've done it once or twice and done okay with it, but I have not vetted it, so I don't really have 90 on top and got stopped out. What, over here on these on this 1014 stuff? Right around there. Must have been. Yeah, well, and that is where you got to keep your you got to keep your thinking cap on about the news. And that's what we were just talking about, further up the stream there. I don't think you can, I don't think I can trade that. Yeah, liquidity, or I don't think liquidity is the right word you're looking for, maybe as volatility. Liquidity is resting supply. There's liquidity at whatever this is, 68.75, 6,300. That's liquidity by my definition. There's a lot of liquidity right around the VPOC because that's where the most contracts have traded. Over here, it's pretty close to that, $1.22. That's what I call liquidity. Down here at whatever this is, I thought that was 97. Sorry about that. Here's 162 at 62 half. That's liquidity. You can see that in the book right here. this kind of action is, in my opinion, by my definition or in my vocabulary, is volatility. And that's what I was talking about with these different high volatility, not high liquidity setups that I'd been working on way back when, all this I don't remember the dates. All this, when all this tariff crap started, and all of a sudden we were swinging, the ES was swinging like the NQ. So I step away for various reasons. I'm trying to be cautious and stick with my plan. I know that's boring as hell to hear over and over again, but I'm talking to myself, right? I'm trying to convince myself. And second of all, as I said early on, or somewhere in the stream, this is an evaluation. These are a string of evals, TopStep stuff, and there's a daily loss limit. It's a 50K account, so there's a daily loss limit that I don't want to bump into, and I want to progress positively and keep, all these other things that they have to get to the XFAs and get some payouts. And I think the plan is get some payouts, build your capital however you can, fund your own account, and trade it with the exact same frickin' rules as you use right here, right now. I think is the way to go. If you have what you have with this with any TopStep, and I suppose it's similar to any evaluation. Really, I don't really know, but it's not 50K, as you well know. It's $2,500 or $2,000. That's what you got to play with. That is your capital. Now, where the prop thing gets you over the top is you can get paid. I have not been paid in an XFA because they didn't do that at the time I got funded the last time. That's an interesting story too, by the way. But anyway, but you can. Now, obviously, in your own account, you have to be really mindful of your leverage and, how large is the account for how many contracts do you want to trade? If you're working on a $500 day margin per ES, then you can trade two accounts or and you want to trade the 2-lot risk neutral plan. You take one stop, you can't trade two contracts again because you've just lost $3,000. And if you only had $1,000, the minimum requirement for margin, then you would not have enough margin to trade two contracts. So you got to factor that whole thing in. That's a whole other dynamic that needs to be addressed with your own account. That's why, my logic always was a long time ago, well, if you can't make consistent profitability with a prop account that costs you whatever it costs you a month, $19 or $50 or $100, whatever, they're all over the board now, apparently. Why do you think that putting your own capital at risk is a better idea? And I don't use the term you. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to me about myself, right? Yeah, that's the key with the liquidity. If you're talking about this big V drop down here, and this is what Rod and Harry particularly, and Garrett, and I guess, let's see, probably MR, they trade this frequently, and it's not ever the way down. They're never shorting this on the way down. They're waiting for this pop back up and going in the direction here, because it's a sharp move like that. That's one of the ones that Rod is has talked about working on. I think they call it the deep V reversal or something like that. And it seems to work out. But yeah, I'm not I'm not good at knife catching either. And I don't think it's a long-term success plan. And again, this is all being driven by extracurricular microphone moments. So who the hell knows, I mean, that's an added dynamic to a day like this. This is not based on, I don't think, based on a higher time frame or, resting liquidity or anything like that. A lot of this crap is, I think most of these moves are just based on knee-jerk reactions to what's being said, I think. And I am certainly not the expert there. That's just my opinion. We can try. We could try that. Sure. I'll be back around here, typically around, I don't know what time. Oh, you're Eastern time zone, I think, aren't you not? Anyway, yeah, like around 1700, say, which is 7 o'clock Central. So that would be 8 Eastern. We can give it a try. Sure. Happy to do whatever. If, whatever I can try to do to help, that would be no problem at all. Yeah, I made a Discord channel here for this YouTube thing. I actually did one. And I was amazed that I figured you had mentioned something about it once before, and I had never created a Discord channel or anything. I had no idea. And all you got to do is click the plus button, and away you go. Name the damn thing, and away you go. So there is a Discord. Let me see if I can show you that, actually. Yeah. So there you go. There's a Discord. There's a Discord channel for risk neutral trading, because I couldn't think of another kind of thing. I did have some, there's logo-y thing around from the YouTube. So, and it's called RNT. So I guess that works. Seems like you can do whatever you need to do down here. So I guess that's it. Beat the hell out of me. I'm really, I don't get out of my lane much when I'm, I could do okay technically, like figuring out IRT or back testing or trying to teach myself some Python or something, but I don't get out of my lane much, fussing around with all these different things. So I apologize for that, but I did do that in anticipation, because you mentioned something about wanting to do this at some point, and I thought, well, that'd be a good thing to know how to do and see if it works, so we can give it a whirl. Around 1700 my time is about 7 o'clock in the evening. That way dinner is usually out of the way and stuff like that. Or if you want to, I guess, trying to think of what's going on. This is Wednesday. Maybe 1800 if it's a short call. That would be 1900 your time. I believe you told me you're in Eastern Standard Time. The times I talk about are all Central Standard. And 1800 is 6 o'clock in the afternoon, in the evening, in case you don't do that time. I got so used to 24-hour time that that's just the natural thing for me to do. And we'll see. Maybe I'll make a complete botch of it, but I didn't get any further with it other than creating the channel, and I assume the rest of it's pretty simple. You click the microphone and the headsets, and away you go, I think. I guess. I've only done that one other time, and that was with Rod when we talked about something once upon a time. Sure, 18:30 is fine with me. That's 6:30 my time, 7:30 your time in the evening. No problem. We'll give it a whirl. All right, I'm going to step aside. 18:30 is fine. No problem. That's best, I guess. And we'll see what happens. Not much light I can shed on this heat map story other than the way I've got mine real minimal to try to be as simple as possible and get rid of. I mean, like I said, I'm not saying anything derogatory, but like that thing Tom posted, I think it was yesterday, I can't even see where price is. You know, there's so much crap there, I can't even see the line that is price. Me. So that would just be useless for me. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I'll figure out how to do the invitation thing after a bit. Right now, I'm going to go grab something to eat and recoup ahead of the power hour. So all the best. Let's see here. Mute. There we go. All right, here we go. Power hour. Well, we've achieved the 32.5 or whatever it is, 35 point whatever probability of the neutral day where we've taken out both IB high and low. Well, I'm feeling a little better here. So, what a day, huh? Look at this craziness all around this. Yeah. Anyway, the the interesting part today about all of the numbers out is that the statistics of the CPI are actually showing an increase in inflation, not in the services sector, but in the goods. And that is the resultant of the tariffs and all the tariff talk that's going on. And that is actually an input to the Fed to raise rates, not decrease rates. And that is the Taylor method, which is another indicator that they use, is showing that those underlying data points are starting to point the other way. So, of course, that's not exactly anything that the administration wants to hear, and that's the cause for all of this and for all of these insults. But it did accomplish one thing. For a period of time here today and this morning, it definitely took the attention away from the Jeffrey Epstein issue, which is probably the motivation there, I suppose. I don't know, just guessing. Well, I picked a good day to be under the weather, that's for sure. Need to be on the not focusing on the market, because with all of this craziness that's going on here, I don't trade it. And my mouse seems to be having a bad hair day. I'm not sure why it keeps doing that stuff, but yeah, anyway. All right, we're turning the final curve here pretty quick. Right now, actually. This is exactly what how the day would have played out. Rotational. We were basically in a mean reversion type of day type setup, and then all of this market affecting behavior showed up, and here we are right back where we started. I'm sure had this not happened right here, I would imagine we might have had this little test lower and back up, but it did happen. So there we are. Obviously, that's woulda, coulda, shoulda, right? That's like saying that's like looking in the rearview mirror and being a typical internet guru trading wizard. And I don't do that. So we'll be having the market on close orders at 1450 here. And then I'll be winding the stream down at 1500 cash close. And unless something then I'll definitely be back at 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow for the pre-market and review the numbers for the day, the pre-market, etc. So there's no trades for the day. I'm very aware, and in my trade journal, if I'm on tilt or for any reason didn't sleep or ill or whatever else, emotional tilt, whatever it is, I don't engage. There were a couple of nice opportunities for the trades that I am currently vetting. However, we had a great IB failure right here, which was the trade expected for the day. We took out the IB low, traded back up in here, and across we went. So that would have been 12 handles or something. Then this is news junk. Can't really call that anything to. Yeah, I don't know how to say it, but anyway, unexpected and not part of the normal trading day. We came back through the IB dramatically, and then an IB continuation from here. And another brief one here, I guess you could call it that. But that's all random and non-normal market behavior based on the microphone opportunity. This VPOC failure was a real classic here. Or IB failure, sorry. And we're going to just wind her out here. See how this day winds out. My guess is we'll just close it out right up here on the IB high. And this is essentially where the market was trading until that. Not sure what the hell that was. Anytime there's an opportunity for any of those admin people to get, or White House people to get on the microphone, and they take it, which is normal, I guess. But it seems to have a pretty dramatic reaction often. Yesterday was a great day. Wonderful trade. One of my typical risk neutral, 2-lot risk neutral package to both targets, which ends up being a 60 ticks. In this, in the space of 20 minutes with no heat, really. A risk neutral trade setup is, once again, this is a multi-brackets in IRT. If you're going to do the risk neutral system, it needs to be an even number of contracts, because the stop for all of the package is at one level. Then the risk neutral T1, or the T1 profit target, or which is the risk neutral scale, is at the same number of ticks as the stop is negative for half of the package. At that point, then, the minute this is achieved, T1, the trade is risk neutral, and the worst that can possibly happen to you is a scratch. Now, a 4-lot, same idea, right? The part that's important is to determine the stop size by ATR, by harmonic rotations, by your back testing, whatever. It has to, and be sure that it takes into account your risk tolerance and fits within your risk parameters of your account size. And then the first take profit target is, again, at the same number of ticks as the stop is negative, and for half of the package. Then in this case of the 4-lot, there's 2 additional runners. And this turns out to be 90 ticks. And there was some others back a couple months back when we had all the original tariff news, and everybody thought that they might be actually real, and we had such huge volatility, I set these brackets, size it up. Quite a bit different. That's how that works. And it's a really great system because you've locked in and you are risk neutral. Again, like I said, the worst that can happen is a scratch. And that is a huge plus to your psychological capital. Absolutely. So that's a great way to start. This is delta divergence, ATR. Look at that. Relative volume for this time of day. And this is harmonic rotations. Some statistics stuff over here. And this is the SPX. And this is the ES base. This is a open interest. I also plot and track the micros and then the minis. Session prices, which are pushed to Bookmap. I make these session prices available to several, lots of people use them that have Bookmap but don't have the other charting stuff. It could be of interest or of some help to you. And there's hit the like button and subscribe or drop something in the chat and I'll make arrangements to get you that link. It's updated live every day. Starts at 1700 on Sunday and goes through 1600 on Friday without interruption, unless my internet goes down or something goofy happens over here. These trade machines stays active that entire time, every week. And for the purposes of the stream, I start at 8 o'clock in the morning with a pre-market, and then because of the fact I have a commitment to not take any trades off the stream. That's why the stream is as long as it is, from 8 o'clock in the morning with the pre-market, and then we have the open at 8:30 and on through to 1500. All times that I refer to and that you see here are Central Standard Time. Notice how these, what I'm doing here is this is the probability of the overnight volume point of control being revisited by price during this RTH session as directed by the open type, which is in this case is higher in range. Now, obviously, some of these flags get on top of each other, but with this price line indicator, which uses the same exact data driven from IRT, as do the flags, they show both or 3 or however many there are stacked up here. So this is overnight volume point of control and value area low. So that's pretty handy. And all of these prices and this naked volume point of control here, which we have not quite taken out yet, were all input this morning before the open, and this particular one was input last night at between 16 and 1700. This is the location of the RVPOC, like we have right here. This line, this location, this level was right here last night when we closed the RTH session. And it hasn't been revisited yet, but it's been awfully close. You can see it over here on the ES Renko. There's that naked volume point of control right there. And we're just right up here, just touched the daily expected move on both sides. These expected move is, I put these levels in every evening at right after the open, right after the ETH open. They are based on the implied volatility from the options chains. They were in there since 1700 last night. This is basically a heat map or a idea similar to Bookmap that can be done in RT. I was trying to see if it would work as an alternative. And here's the expected daily moves. And the expected weekly move just up above it there, which we tagged yesterday. This is full session, so this is the overnight. Here's the darker colors or the inverted colors. This is the RTH session. Here was the RTH session yesterday. And 3 minutes or so, and we'll have, 4 minutes, we'll have the market on close orders. Typically, they have a lot of oomph, but you never know today what'll happen. Never know what'll happen today. The beige book was out today at 1 o'clock, 1300. Such a wide random move with this craziness down here. I can't get them set to $1 here. what I've been trying to do lately is to keep the entire day, the range on, visible, and then wherever I want to interact, I zoom in when I need to do that. And I like to keep the scale about $1 high, but I can't. Too much confusion over here to do that. Minute and a half. Typically, there'll be, in a normal environment, there can be quite a bit of movement off the market on close orders. My guess is we'll tag out that 6310 level up there for the naked volume point of control, but who knows? We are neutral. We've taken out both IB high and low today. And if it weren't for all this tomfoolery down here, it would have been a fairly narrow range, actually. Okay, there's the market on close orders. So we've got a sell side imbalance, 541 million on the S&P, sell side 56 million on the NASDAQ 100, sell side Dow 30, 40 million, and the Mag 7 is plus 88 million. Market on close orders. So here we go. I'm going to see something here. I'm not sure about it, actually. I think I know the answer, but maybe not. There was that market on close. There was a, this represents an iceberg as to when it came into the market and then for how much and how many orders. Another one down here, buy side stuff. Oh, this is sell side, I'm sorry. And yeah, they didn't tag that out. Now, yesterday evening, well, yesterday and into the evening, into the RTH, they sold this thing down hard right up till the 1600. It was pretty interesting, as you can tell here. So this was yesterday's RTH. There's 1500. Continued to sell it, and sold it right into the open on the overnight. And then took back some. But also was a real interesting get this back where I need it before I get all confused. There we go. All right. There is oftentimes another update right now at 55 on the market on close orders or adjustments, but I don't see anything happening here today. Here comes the liquidity in for the close, the cash close. And kind of, you notice there'll be a flush of liquidity fill up the book around here. Disappointing that all this random input by the administration has such effects here, you know. Don't really remember anything like that ever before. When there was news or speaking or, you know, speakers or real news, happened a lot, but seems like this crowd is real media conscious. I never saw so many. I don't recall ever seeing bill signings, you know, in almost every day now. Or every week for sure. There were obviously always the press conference, but seems like a lot of press stuff. All right. Well, we have just a couple of minutes here, and we're going to close it up. I'll be. I'm considering going forward. I'm considering a ETH abbreviated, a short, you know, hour or two ETH stream to keep in line with the no trades off the stream on these accounts. But I haven't decided exactly on that yet. I kind of enjoy the time to do my homework and the break a little bit, you know. So, but if you subscribe, like, and subscribe, you'll be notified if and when anything new happens. And Yeah, that's about it. I got not much more to say. All right, get on down there. Here's 1500, as you see right there. That will be the cash close. And that will be the when I wind the stream off. There they are. Here comes that flush of liquidity. As we cross the Great Divide. Look at them throw in, huh? Since those were on all market on sell orders, I would guess we're going to head that way. Let's see. There's 30 seconds. 10 seconds. If you're, notice down here at the bottom, the reason I have the entire monitor on is, there we are, there's the cash close. Keep the hours, minutes, and seconds down here in the computer clock. And I think it's probably maybe helpful. And also, in alignment with the transparency and the accountability, it's obvious what's here, what's open. That's also why I keep the entire browser instead of just, trim it down, because I understand that a lot of the internet wizards that have more than one account, for example, will only show just a window here, which doesn't show live real trading, that kind of thing. All right. Well, have yourself a great rest of the afternoon. Get outside, do something with yourself, your family, your health. Rest your eyes, get off the screens. I will be checking back on and seeing what happens with the Open. The ETH Open, adjusting my daily expected moves and resetting the naked volume point of control, which now we know will be right down here. Unless they get it to migrate. Now, remember that we're still clocking off here, right? And we're up to 16,000 contracts right here. Now, it would be kind of, at this point in time, typically it doesn't migrate. And again, it's real simple. These are not mysterious levels. These are just, this is just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. 18,917 of them. The minute this number right here goes 18,918, this yellow line is going to go shooting up here. That's all. It's real simple. None of this is mysterious or magic or secret sauce or any of that. Despite what a lot of people will try to tell you. All right, so have yourself a great night. I am going to be off to find some food and a nap, probably from the sounds of it. There, yeah, sorry for yawning into the microphone, but I call them like I see them. All right, so I've done no trades today. The pre-market is, from the pre-market on, these levels were all set. I've talked about this drama here. Nothing, from which nothing occurred. just a lot of insults, all about insulting Powell and gonna fire him, and then not gonna fire him. And then when the press were questioning press questions after the do you plan to fire Powell? No. So what this was, in my opinion, was just simply misdirection. Get the attention off of the Epstein stuff and misdirection. I think that's the whole key to this. These guys is pretty much misdirection. The economy's not good. The inflation numbers on goods are rising. The inflation numbers on services, of course, isn't going up, and that makes perfect sense. But the inflation numbers for goods are rising, and that is a direct result of the tariffs. And that is a metric used by the Fed to decide whether they should think about cutting or increasing rates. And they only have two mandates, right? One is to keep inflation at manageable levels, and the other is full employment. So if inflation rates are going up, actually the indicators would be to raise the rate. So, there's that. All right. Have a great evening. Thanks for stopping by. Hit like, subscribe, drop something in the chat. Like I said, if anybody needs these levels, which are pushed real time from 24/7 from Sunday night, let me know. Just drop something in the chat, and then I'll get with you and we'll get you hooked up. I don't charge anything for them. I do it to try to help out people that don't have the same kind of charting that I do, whatever. And there you go. So have a good one, and thanks for stopping by. See you tomorrow, 8 o'clock in the morning, pre-market reports, pre-market analysis, set up the statistics here, and away we go for the open. All the best.